All right, welcome. We'll get into tonight's case in a moment. It's a real true crime story, and I'll go through it slowly so you can just listen and let it unfold. If this is part of your usual night, I'm glad you came back. And if you're new, you're in the right place. If you want to keep these stories easy to find, subscribing helps with that. And if you feel like it, you can tell me where you're listening from. I always read through them. All right, this is episode 148. Let's start. The search had already ended once, officially closed after 3 days with no result. The area cleared, the reports filed, and the assumption quietly settling in that the missing person had either left voluntarily or would be found far beyond the initial radius. And then, on the fourth day, a dog returned to a section of the trail that had already been checked and refused to move, fixating on a patch of ground that looked no different from the rest. No disturbed soil, no visible sign of anything beneath it, just a place that should have meant nothing, except that it didn't. The location was a wooded preserve outside a small town in upstate New York, where 30-year-old Rachel Adams had gone for an early morning hike and never returned. Her car found in the parking lot, her phone last pinging near the main trail before going silent. The initial search had been extensive, volunteers and officers covering the mapped paths and surrounding areas, focusing on terrain that would typically conceal a body, steep drops, dense brush, water edges, and when nothing was found, the assumption shifted toward a wider search, expanding outward beyond the park. But the dog's reaction brought attention back to a place that had already been dismissed, and when investigators examined the ground more closely, they noticed a subtle inconsistency. The leaf cover was slightly compressed in a way that did not match the surrounding pattern. Not recently disturbed in an obvious way, but layered just enough to suggest that something had been placed there and then carefully covered. Excavation revealed Rachel's body less than a foot beneath the surface, positioned in a shallow depression that had been concealed with remarkable precision, using natural materials arranged to mimic the undisturbed forest floor. The concealment was not deep or permanent. It was temporary, designed to avoid immediate detection rather than long-term discovery. And that detail shifted the focus of the investigation immediately because it suggested that the person responsible had not intended for the body to remain hidden indefinitely, only long enough to escape the initial search. The timeline became critical. Rachel had been last seen entering the trail at approximately 7:05 a.m., and her phone activity ceased shortly afterward, placing the window of the incident within a narrow period early in the day. And the fact that the body had been concealed in an area already searched meant that the act of hiding it must have occurred after the initial pass, not before, implying that the perpetrator had remained in or returned to the area during the search itself. This introduced a level of risk that did not align with a spontaneous act, suggesting familiarity with both the environment and the behavior of search operations. Investigators began reviewing the list of individuals who had been present in the preserve during those days, including volunteers who had participated in the search, and among them was a man named Thomas Green, who had joined on the second day, presenting himself as a concerned local resident willing to assist. His participation had not raised suspicion at the time. He had followed instructions, stayed within assigned zones, and left without incident, but his presence in the area during the critical window, combined with the nature of the concealment, brought him into focus. Further examination of Thomas's background revealed that he had extensive knowledge of the preserve, having worked as a seasonal groundskeeper several years earlier, a role that would have familiarized him with less visible areas and natural patterns, including how to move through the terrain without leaving obvious traces. This knowledge aligned with the method used to conceal the body, not a hurried attempt, but a controlled process that relied on blending rather than burying. When questioned, Thomas stated that he had not been in the area on the morning Rachel disappeared and had only joined the search later, a claim that initially seemed plausible, but phone location data placed him near the trailhead at a time that contradicted his statement, indicating that he had been present earlier than he admitted. This discrepancy, while not conclusive on its own, created a point of tension in his account that investigators could not ignore. The investigation deepened as forensic analysis identified trace evidence on Rachel's clothing consistent with materials found in Thomas's vehicle, including specific plant fragments not common across the entire preserve, but concentrated in a smaller section near where his vehicle had been parked. This connection suggested movement between locations, reinforcing the idea that the body had been handled more than once, first at the site of the incident and later during concealment. The sequence that emerged was not immediate, but gradual, built from small pieces that aligned over time. Rachel enters the trail, encounters Thomas, either by chance or through prior observation. An interaction occurs that escalates into violence. The body is initially left or partially concealed, and then, as search efforts begin and the risk of discovery increases, Thomas returns under the cover of participation to complete the concealment, using his knowledge of the terrain to disguise the disturbance. The act of joining the search, rather than distancing himself, provided both access and opportunity, allowing him to monitor progress and act when necessary. The case ultimately hinged on the decision to return, the choice to remain close to the scene rather than abandon it, and the assumption that the initial search would not be repeated with the same focus, an assumption that held until it didn't, when a trained dog identified what human observation had missed. What had been hidden in plain sight within an area already cleared became the key to understanding not just where the body was, but when and how it had been placed there. In the end, the investigation revealed that the most critical moment was not the act itself, but what followed, the calculated effort to reshape the scene after the fact, to move and conceal in response to external pressure. And it was that second action, not the first, that left behind the inconsistencies that led back to the truth. A reminder that in some cases, the attempt to avoid discovery becomes the very thing that makes it inevitable. Next story. The evidence arrived before the victim was even reported missing. A sealed envelope dropped into a municipal mail slot with no return address, containing a single photograph and a handwritten time. Nothing else. No explanation, no demand. Just an image that appeared ordinary until it was examined closely, showing the interior of a small apartment. A chair pulled slightly away from a table, a glass tipped on its side, and a shadow on the wall that did not match the angle of the light source. The envelope was logged and set aside as an odd but low-priority submission, something that might have been a prank or a misdirected complaint, and it might have remained that way if not for a call that came in the following afternoon reporting that 35-year-old Olivia Grant had failed to show up for work and could not be reached, a break in routine that immediately raised concern among those who knew her. When officers entered Olivia's apartment for a welfare check, they found a scene that matched the photograph exactly. The same chair, the same glass, the same angle of light, but with one critical difference. Olivia was there, lying on the floor, just beyond the edge of the frame captured in the image. Her position consistent with a fatal assault that had taken place hours earlier. The realization that the photograph had been taken before the body was discovered, and possibly before it had even been noticed by anyone else, transformed the case instantly, suggesting that whoever had sent the envelope had been inside the apartment after the act and had chosen to document the scene. The apartment showed no signs of forced entry, no disturbance beyond the immediate area, and no indication that anything had been taken, suggesting that Olivia had either known the person who entered or had allowed them in without hesitation. The photograph became the central piece of evidence, not just for what it showed, but for what it implied, a deliberate act of recording and a calculated decision to send that record to authorities without context. The timestamp written on the back of the image placed it within a narrow window late the previous night, aligning with the estimated time of death, meaning the sender had been present at or near the moment the crime occurred. Investigators began by analyzing the photograph itself, looking for details that could identify the device used, the angle of capture, and any reflections or distortions that might reveal the presence of the person behind the camera. But the image was carefully framed, avoiding mirrors, avoiding surfaces that could reflect, and focus just enough to capture the environment without revealing the subject's identity. However, one detail stood out: the shadow on the wall, faint but distinct, cast at an angle that did not align with the primary light source in the room, suggesting that a second light had been introduced, likely from the device used to take the photograph, and that the position of that light could indicate where the person had been standing. Reconstructing the scene based on the shadow's angle allowed investigators to estimate the height and position of the individual, narrowing the range of possibilities slightly, but not enough to identify anyone directly. Attention then turned to Olivia's recent contacts, focusing on individuals who had both access to her apartment and a reason to be there late at night. And among them was a man named Ethan Cole, a former partner who had ended a relationship with her several months earlier under strange circumstances. While there had been no formal complaints or reported incidents, friends described ongoing tension and occasional attempts at contact that Olivia had begun to avoid. When questioned, Ethan acknowledged that he had visited Olivia's apartment earlier in the week, but denied being there on the night in question, stating that he had been at home alone, a claim that could not be independently verified. His demeanor was controlled, consistent, and he did not offer more information than was asked, but there was nothing immediately contradictory in his account. However, a review of building access logs revealed that a key card associated with a former tenant had been used to enter the building shortly before midnight, a card that had not been deactivated after the tenant moved out, and which could have been obtained by someone with prior knowledge of the system. Further investigation revealed that Ethan had previously assisted that tenant with moving out, providing a potential opportunity to retain the key card, a detail that connected him indirectly to the unauthorized entry. The timeline began to align: access to the building without detection, familiarity with Olivia's routine, and a plausible reason for her to open the door if he had approached directly. The absence of forced entry supported the idea that the interaction had begun voluntarily, before escalating into violence. The question that remained was why the photograph had been taken and sent, an action that introduced risk without clear benefit. And as investigators examined Ethan's background more closely, they found a pattern of behavior that suggested a need for control over how events were perceived, not through overt actions, but through subtle manipulation of narrative and timing. The photograph, in this context, could be seen not as evidence of panic, but as an attempt to define the moment, to present a version of the scene that excluded the most critical element, the presence of the victim, and by extension, the act itself. A search of Ethan's residence uncovered a device consistent with the type used to produce the photograph, along with traces linking him to the apartment on the night in question, including fibers and partial prints that matched those found at the scene. The cumulative evidence, while built from small and indirect elements, formed a consistent picture that contradicted his statements and placed him within the environment at the relevant time. As the case developed, the photograph remained its central feature, not because it revealed the crime, but because it revealed the mindset behind it, a decision to capture and communicate without explanation, to send a fragment of the scene into the system before the event itself had been formally recognized. It was this sequence, the evidence arriving before the report, that allowed investigators to reconstruct the timeline with unusual precision, anchoring the act within a defined moment rather than a broad estimate. In the end, the case was defined by that reversal. Next story. The footage looked ordinary the first time it was reviewed, just another late night recording from a quiet street. A figure passing briefly through the frame, nothing unusual, nothing that demanded attention. And that was exactly why it had been overlooked, because it blended so easily into the background of routine surveillance, until someone noticed that the timestamp didn't match the lighting conditions. A small inconsistency that suggested the sequence of events had been misread from the beginning. The case began in October 2012 in a suburban area outside Manchester, where 32-year-old Laura Bennett was found in her home by a colleague who had gone to check on her after she failed to appear at work. The discovery, initially interpreted as a sudden medical emergency due to the absence of obvious trauma, the house undisturbed, doors locked, windows secured, and no immediate signs that anyone else had been present. Laura lived alone, followed a consistent routine, and had last been seen the previous evening returning from a grocery store, captured on a neighborhood camera carrying 2 bags into her house at approximately 6:42 p.m., after which there were no confirmed sightings. Her phone activity stopped shortly afterward, and the timeline appeared to support a quiet evening at home that ended unexpectedly. But the post-mortem examination revealed something that changed everything: subtle but definitive signs of poisoning, not something that would have occurred accidentally, and not something that would have been immediately visible without detailed analysis. The substance identified was not common, not something easily obtained or used without intent, and its presence turned the case from a natural death into a deliberate act. The challenge was determining how the poison had been administered, because there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, and no indication that Laura had been coerced into consuming anything against her will, suggesting that whatever had happened, it had occurred within a context that appeared normal to her, something she would not have questioned. Investigators focused on the items she had brought home, the groceries seen in the footage, and found that most of them had been used or stored as expected, but one item stood out, a sealed bottle of juice that had been opened, but contained residue inconsistent with its original contents. Testing confirmed the presence of the same toxic substance found in her system. This discovery suggested that the poison had been introduced after the purchase, not at the store, meaning that someone had accessed the bottle either before Laura consumed it or during the time it was in her home. And that brought the investigation back to the question of access. How could someone have entered without leaving signs, or how could they have interacted with her without raising suspicion? The answer began to emerge from a detail that had initially seemed irrelevant. The short piece of footage from a camera positioned at the end of her street, showing a figure walking past her house at 8:17 p.m., while after she had returned home, the individual not approaching the door, not interacting with the property, just passing by, and because of that, the clip had not been considered significant. But when analysts revisited the footage, they noticed that the timestamp indicated early evening, yet the lighting suggested a later hour, darker than it should have been, and when the camera's internal clock was checked, it was found to be running nearly an hour behind, meaning the figure had actually passed by closer to 9:10 p.m., a time that overlapped with the estimated window during which the poison would have taken effect. This adjustment reframed the significance of the footage, placing the individual in the area at a critical moment rather than an irrelevant one. Further analysis of the figure revealed details that had not been clear before: the posture, the pace, and a distinctive movement pattern that matched someone known to Laura, a man named Daniel Price, who had worked with her briefly the previous year and had maintained intermittent contact since, though not closely enough to be considered part of a regular social circle. When questioned, Daniel stated that he had not visited Laura that evening and had only been in the area for unrelated reasons, a claim that was partially supported by his general location data, but did not explain his proximity to her house during the relevant time frame. Investigators then examined communication records and found that Daniel had sent Laura a message earlier that day, offering to drop off a document she had requested weeks prior, something minor, easily overlooked, but it provided a plausible reason for him to approach her house without raising suspicion. There was no reply recorded, but that did not rule out the possibility that the interaction had occurred in person rather than through messages. The lack of forced entry suggested that if he had approached, she may have allowed him inside voluntarily, or at least opened the door, creating an opportunity for the introduction of the poisoned item. The theory began to take shape. Daniel arrives under a legitimate pretext, interacts briefly, and during that interaction, introduces the contaminated bottle, either by replacing it or tampering with it directly, an action that would take only moments and would not necessarily be noticed, especially if done in a controlled, casual setting. The rest of the scene remains undisturbed because there is no need for further action. The effect of the poison delayed enough to allow him to leave without drawing attention. A search of Daniel's residence uncovered materials consistent with the substance used, along with evidence of research into compounds that could be administered without immediate detection, findings that contradicted his earlier statements and suggested preparation rather than coincidence. As the evidence accumulated, the inconsistencies in his account became more pronounced, each detail aligning more closely with the reconstructed timeline than with his explanations. In the end, the case hinged on the correction of a single timestamp, a small technical error that had shifted the perceived sequence of events just enough to hide a critical moment in plain sight. And once that moment was placed correctly, everything else began to align: the presence of the individual, the timing of the interaction, and the method by which the act was carried out. Next story. By the time anyone realized the timeline was wrong, the man at the center of it had already been convicted. His name was Aaron Blake, a 44-year-old contractor from a small town in Northern California. And according to the official version of events, he had killed his neighbor sometime between 8:30 and 9:15 on a Thursday night. A narrow window built from phone pings, a partially overheard argument, and the assumption that routine equals truth. The case moved quickly, almost too cleanly, because everything seemed to line up in a way that didn't require much resistance. And Aaron himself never fought the timeline as aggressively as his lawyer expected, which later became one of the most unsettling parts of the entire case. The victim, Daniel Reeves, had been found in his garage early the next morning by a delivery driver who noticed the door partially open, the interior lights still on, and a shape on the ground that didn't move when called out to. There were no signs of forced entry, no obvious struggle extending beyond the immediate area, just a contained act of violence that appeared to have happened quickly and with intent. What stood out, though, was not the scene itself, but how quickly a narrative formed around it, almost as if it had been waiting. Aaron and Daniel had argued before. That part was real. Neighbors confirmed it, mostly about property lines, noise, small disputes that tend to grow larger over time, without ever becoming serious enough to involve authorities. On that Thursday night, someone reported hearing raised voices again, two men, one louder than the other, the sound carrying just enough to be recognized, but not enough to understand. That became the anchor point, the assumed beginning of everything that followed. Aaron's phone placed him at home during that time. That was the problem, or at least it should have been, because his house sat less than 30 meters from Daniel's garage, close enough that being home didn't exclude anything. The prosecution leaned into that proximity, turning it into certainty, arguing that the argument escalated, that Aaron crossed the short distance, that whatever happened next ended in minutes, and that he returned home before anything could draw attention. It was simple, believable, and most importantly, easy to present. But there was something off about the timing, and it didn't come from the police or the lawyers or even the evidence. It came from a neighbor who almost didn't mention it because it seemed too small to matter. She recalled seeing Daniel earlier that evening, not late, not near 8:30, but closer to 7:45, standing outside his garage talking to someone she didn't recognize. Not arguing, not tense, just talking, and then walking inside together. At the time, it meant nothing. People had visitors. It wasn't unusual. That detail sat quietly in the background for months. What complicated things further was the garage light. According to the official timeline, it had been turned on during the incident and left that way overnight. But utility data later showed that the light had actually been switched on much earlier, around 7:50 p.m., and never turned off. That doesn't sound like much, except it suggests that whatever happened may have started earlier than anyone was willing to consider, outside the narrow window the case depended on. Aaron never provided a strong, alternative explanation. He maintained that he didn't leave his house that night, that he heard nothing unusual, saw nothing, and had no reason to go to Daniel's property. His lack of urgency in defending himself became part of the case against him, interpreted as indifference or quiet admission, rather than something more complicated like confusion or shock, or the simple reality that not everyone reacts the way they're expected to. There was no murder weapon recovered, no direct physical evidence placing Aaron inside the garage. What existed instead was alignment, circumstantial but convincing when arranged in sequence, argument, proximity, timing, and a version of events that required fewer assumptions than any alternative. And yet the timeline never sat comfortably. Years later, during a routine review of archive data, a technician flagged something unrelated to the case, a minor discrepancy in how call logs had been synchronized with tower pings during that period. It led nowhere at first, just a technical footnote, but when applied retroactively to Aaron's phone records, it shifted his location slightly, not far, but enough to raise a question about precision. Not enough to prove innocence. Not enough to overturn anything. Just enough to introduce doubt where there had been none. Around the same time, the neighbor who had mentioned the earlier sighting came forward again, this time more certain, recalling a detail she hadn't emphasized before. The second person with Daniel had been carrying something, not large, but deliberate, like it had a purpose. She couldn't describe it clearly, and memory is unreliable over time, but the consistency of her account didn't change, only the clarity. No new suspect was ever formally identified. The case remained closed. Aaron Blake is still serving his sentence, based on a version of events that made sense because it was simple, because it followed a pattern people recognize: argument, escalation, outcome. But outside that structure, there are pieces that don't fit cleanly, moments that suggest something else may have happened before the story officially begins, interactions that were never fully explored because they didn't align with the timeline that worked. And that's the part that lingers, not a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered, but the possibility that the story was shaped too early, that once a sequence is accepted, everything else is forced to fit inside it, even if it doesn't quite belong. There's no dramatic twist at the end of this one. No final reveal that resets everything. Just a case where the answer exists, officially, permanently, and yet the edges of it never stopped feeling slightly out of place, like a timeline that was built not from certainty, but from a need to have one. Next story. The call was logged as a false alarm before anyone realized it had described a real crime. A short report from a passerby who claimed to have seen someone lying near a wooded trail, unmoving, partially obscured by brush, but when officers arrived within minutes, the area was empty, no body, no disturbance, nothing to support the claim, and the report was dismissed as a mistake, a misinterpretation in low light. Until 2 days later, when a body was found less than half a mile away in a location that had already been searched. The victim was identified as 27-year-old Emily Carter, a graduate student who had gone for an evening run in a state park outside Portland and never returned. Her disappearance initially treated as a missing person case with a narrow window. Her last known movement tracked to a trailhead where her car had been left parked, locked, with her belongings inside. The discovery of her body shifted everything, not just because of the confirmation of homicide, but because of the timing. The earlier call suggested that she had been visible in the area shortly after her disappearance. Yet the search conducted that night had found nothing, creating a contradiction that investigators could not ignore. The location where she was eventually found showed signs of concealment, not deep or permanent, but enough to obscure the body from a casual search. Branches repositioned, ground lightly disturbed, suggesting that she had been moved or covered after the initial report had been made. The timeline became the central focus. Emily had left for her run at approximately 6:15 p.m., and the first call reporting a possible body came in at 7:02 p.m., placing the initial sighting within less than an hour of her arrival. But the official search began at 7:20 p.m. and continued for over an hour without result, meaning that if the caller had been accurate, the body must have been moved or concealed during that window, a narrow period that implied the presence of someone still in the area, aware of the search and acting in response to it. Investigators returned to the caller, a man who had been walking his dog along a parallel path, and while his description had been vague, it was consistent with the eventual discovery. He insisted that he had seen what he believed to be a person lying still, but had not approached closely due to poor visibility. His account, initially dismissed, now became a critical piece of the sequence, confirming that Emily had been visible before being hidden. This detail suggested that the perpetrator had not left immediately after the act, but had remained nearby long enough to respond to the risk of discovery. Attention turned to identifying who had been in the park during that time, and while the area did not have comprehensive surveillance, vehicle log from the entrance provided a list of cars that had entered and exited. Among them was a truck registered to a man named Daniel Brooks, who had entered the park shortly before Emily arrived and left after the search had begun, a detail that stood out because most visitors had exited earlier, either before dark or shortly after, not during an active search presence. When questioned, Daniel stated that he had been hiking alone and had left upon noticing increased activity, assuming it was routine patrol, but his timeline did not align precisely with the logs. And more importantly, his explanation did not account for why he had remained in the park after dark, in an area known to close at sunset. His presence during the critical window, combined with the unusual timing of his exit, placed him in proximity to both the initial sighting and the subsequent concealment. Further investigation revealed that Daniel was familiar with the park layout, having visited frequently over several months, and knew the less visible sections of the trail system, areas that would allow movement without crossing main paths. And when search teams revisited the route between the initial sighting and the final discovery location, they identified subtle signs of disturbance consistent with movement, not obvious enough to be detected during a broad search, but visible upon closer inspection, a pattern of compressed vegetation that suggested a body had been dragged or carried through the area. Forensic analysis confirmed that the injuries Emily sustained were consistent with a controlled, close-range assault, not a random encounter, and that the act likely occurred near the initial sighting location, with the body then moved shortly afterward. This sequence aligned with the timing of the caller's report and the subsequent search, indicating that the perpetrator had remained close enough to observe the response and act accordingly, concealing the body to avoid immediate detection. A search of Daniel's vehicle uncovered trace evidence linking him to the scene, including soil and plant material consistent with both locations, as well as fibers that matched those found on Emily's clothing, findings that contradicted his claim of remaining on established trails. As the evidence accumulated, the structure of his account began to collapse, each inconsistency reinforcing the conclusion that his presence was not coincidental. The case ultimately hinged on the initial call that had been dismissed, a report that described the crime before it was officially recognized, and the narrow window that followed, during which the scene was altered in response to the search itself. What had been interpreted as a false alarm became the key to understanding the sequence, revealing that the most critical moment occurred not when the body was found, but when it was first seen and then hidden, a brief period in which the outcome of the investigation could have been entirely different. In the end, it was not the discovery of the body that defined the case, but the failure to recognize what had already been observed, a reminder that in complex investigations, the first account is not always the least reliable, and that sometimes the truth appears early, briefly, and is only understood much later, after everything else has been put into place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, two murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marian vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marian's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary directly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly, a disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Raina Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador, seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Raina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Raina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Raina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Raina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Raina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Reyna was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Reyna disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Reyna Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Reyna after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Reyna's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Reyna Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly. No frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and a refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet evening in a suburban neighborhood, but slowly revealed a calculated act of violence hidden behind someone who had spent years building the image of a normal, trustworthy neighbor. In the summer of 2006, the town of Cary, North Carolina was known for its calm neighborhoods and steady growth. Families moved there for good schools, quiet streets, and the feeling that it was a place where serious crime rarely happened. On the evening of July 14th, 31-year-old accountant Daniel Reeves left his office just after 6 o'clock and began the short drive back to the house he shared with his wife. Daniel had worked for the same accounting firm for nearly a decade and was known as someone who kept a predictable routine. Most evenings he arrived home shortly after 6:30, had dinner, and spent the rest of the night relaxing or catching up on paperwork. That evening he never made it home. At first his wife assumed he had been delayed at work. But when the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. By the next morning, when he still had not returned and had also failed to appear at his office, she contacted police to report him missing. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Daniel's last known movements. Security cameras from his office building showed him leaving the parking garage at 6:12 p.m. Traffic cameras along his normal route confirmed that his car had passed through two nearby intersections. After that point, the trail went cold. Later that afternoon, officers discovered Daniel's vehicle parked along a quiet side road less than 3 miles from his home. The car was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. However, investigators noticed something troubling when they looked inside. Daniel's wallet and phone were still sitting on the passenger seat. People rarely abandon both items voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. A faint smear of blood was discovered along the edge of the driver's seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The discovery immediately escalated the case from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Daniel's personal and professional life. Co-workers described him as respected and easy to work with. Financial records showed no signs of debt or disputes. His family relationships were stable and supportive. For several days, investigators struggled to find any motive or suspect connected to his disappearance. The break in the case came from a witness who lived near the road where Daniel's car had been found. The neighbor told police that on the night Daniel disappeared, he had seen two vehicles stopped along the roadside around 7 o'clock. One of them appeared to be Daniel's sedan. The other was a dark SUV that the witness did not recognize. He remembered the vehicle because it had remained there for several minutes before both cars suddenly drove away. Detectives began canvassing the area looking for surveillance footage that might capture the SUV. A camera from a nearby gas station recorded a vehicle matching the description driving past the intersection shortly after the time Daniel's car had been seen on the roadside. Investigators traced the vehicle's license plate. The SUV belonged to a man named Kevin Mercer. Mercer lived only 2 blocks from Daniel's home. At first, the connection seemed strange. Mercer was a 40-year-old property manager who had lived in the neighborhood for several years. Most neighbors described him as friendly and helpful. He occasionally attended community meetings and had even helped organize neighborhood improvement projects. Detectives brought Mercer in for questioning. During the interview, he acknowledged that he knew Daniel casually from the neighborhood, but insisted he had not seen him recently. Mercer claimed he had spent the evening at home watching television, but investigators soon discovered problems with his timeline. Cell phone records showed Mercer's phone traveling through the same area where Daniel's car had been found at almost the exact time the witness reported seeing the two vehicles together. When confronted with that information, Mercer said he had simply been driving through the area on his way back from running errands. The explanation did not fully convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Mercer's SUV. Inside the cargo area, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the fabric from Daniel's car seats. Even more significant were tiny traces of blood embedded in the rear floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. With the evidence mounting against him, Mercer was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his SUV beside Daniel's car. Mercer's story began to change. Eventually, he admitted that he had confronted Daniel that evening about a financial dispute involving a property investment. According to Mercer's statement, the two men had argued on the roadside after Mercer forced Daniel to pull over. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Investigators believe Mercer attacked Daniel during the argument and later attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area. After several hours of questioning, Mercer finally revealed the location where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 20 miles outside Cary. There they discovered Daniel's remains concealed beneath brush and soil. The discovery allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal murder charges. During the trial, investigators reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. Surveillance footage from traffic cameras showed Mercer following Daniel's vehicle shortly after he left work. Witness testimony placed both vehicles on the roadside where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts explained how blood traces and fibers inside the SUV connected Mercer directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the fight had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Mercer took afterward to conceal the body and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Kevin Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the conviction provided some measure of justice after months of uncertainty. Friends and neighbors remembered him as someone who had built his life around quiet routines and strong relationships within the community. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the most ordinary-looking situations can hide darker motives beneath the surface. A single witness noticing two vehicles stopped along a road, combined with careful forensic work, it eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would never be discovered. And in the end, it was those small observations and patient investigative work that ensured the truth could not remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most profound silence isn't found in the woods or at the bottom of the ocean, but inside a house where the doors are locked and the curtains are drawn. This is a story about the weight of a secret, the slow erosion of a family, and how a person can be driven to commit the unthinkable by the very things they claim to be protecting. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of rigid order and religious devotion, only to leave behind a scene that would haunt a small town for decades. John List was a man of absolute precision. He lived in Westfield, New Jersey, in a 19-room Victoria mansion called Breeze Knoll. To the neighbors, John was the personification of stability. He was an accountant, a Sunday school teacher, and a veteran. He wore a suit to the grocery store. He maintained his lawn with obsessive care. He was a man who believed in the hierarchy of the home, in the importance of appearances, and in a very specific, unforgiving version of the American dream. But by 1971, the pillars of John's world were quietly crumbling. He had lost his high-paying job at a bank, a failure he could not bring himself to admit to his family. Every morning, he would still put on his suit, pick up his briefcase, and leave the house as if he were heading to the office. Instead, he would sit at the train station or in the public library, watching the hours tick by, terrified of the moment his bank account would hit zero and his secret would be exposed. His wife, Helen, was suffering from declining health and a growing sense of isolation. His 3 children were becoming teenagers, developing their own interests and questioning the rigid, sheltered world their father had built for them. To John, the world outside was becoming a place of sin and corruption, and he felt he was losing his grip on the souls he was responsible for. He didn't see a way out through hard work or honesty. He saw a way out through a final, devastating act of control. On November 9th, 1971, the precision that John had applied to his accounting was applied to his family. He waited until the children were at school. He moved through the house with a cold, methodical focus. He started with his wife, then his mother who lived in the 3rd-floor apartment, and finally his children as they returned home one by one from school and sports practice. There was no struggle that the neighbors heard, no screams that reached the street. The heavy stone walls of Breeze Knoll kept the horror contained. After the acts were finished, John didn't flee in a panic. He stayed in the house. He cleaned the areas where the events had taken place. He sat down and ate a meal. He then wrote a long, 5-page letter to his pastor, explaining his reasoning. He believed that the world was too much for his family, that they were losing their faith, and that by ending their lives, he was ensuring their place in heaven. In his mind, this wasn't murder. It was a rescue mission. He then systematically erased himself. He cut his own face out of every family photograph in the house, so the police would have no image to use for a manhunt. He turned on all the lights, set a radio to a classical music station to play loudly through the intercom system, and walked out the front door. He vanished. For nearly a month, the lights stayed on at Breeze Knoll. The music played to empty rooms. The neighbors assumed the family was on a long vacation. It wasn't until the light bulbs began to burn out one by one and the music finally drifted into silence that the authorities were called to investigate. What they found inside was a meticulously arranged scene of tragedy that defied explanation. For 18 years, the chair at the head of the List family table remained empty. John List had moved to another state, changed his name to Robert Clark, remarried, and started a whole new life as an accountant. He joined a new church. He became a respected neighbor once again. He lived a life of quiet routine, convinced that his secret was buried forever. But the past has a way of breathing, even under the weight of nearly 2 decades of silence. In 1989, a television program featured a forensic sculptor who created a bust of what John List might look like as an older man. They accounted for the sagging of the jaw, the receding hairline, and the specific style of glasses he favored. A neighbor in Virginia saw the bust on their screen and recognized the man living next door. When the police arrived, John, now Robert, initially denied everything. But the precision of the past had left a footprint. His fingerprints, taken during his military service years before, provided the truth he couldn't hide. At his trial, the defense tried to argue that he was suffering from a mental break, that the pressure of his perceived failures had fractured his mind. But the prosecution pointed to the planning, the letter to the pastor, and the 18 years of successful hiding as evidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. John List was convicted and spent the rest of his life behind bars, a man who had destroyed his world to save his image. This story is a chilling look at what happens when a person values a shadow more than the reality, when the fear of being seen as a failure becomes more powerful than the love for one's own flesh and blood. It reminds us that the most dangerous people aren't always the ones who scream. Sometimes they're the ones who make sure the music is playing just loud enough to drown out the truth. The image that stays with you is the mansion with the lights burning bright in every window, a house that looked full of life on the outside, while inside there was only the cold, calculated silence of a man who thought he was doing the right thing. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his house on fire, and about how investigators discovered that a woman had murdered her husband and 2 young daughters to start a new life with her lover. In May 2020, 43-year-old Chris Watts was living in Colorado with his wife Sean Ann and their 2 daughters. But this story is about a different family and a different tragedy that happened years earlier. In December 2008, 34-year-old Chris Coleman was the head of security for famous televangelist Joyce Meyer. He lived in Columbia, Illinois with his wife Sherry and their 2 sons, 9-year-old Garrett and 11-year-old Gavin. From the outside, the Colemans appear to be a devout Christian family living a blessed life. Chris had an important job protecting a well-known minister, and Sherry was a dedicated mother who homeschooled their boys. On the morning of May 5th, 2009, Chris called his neighbor at 6:43 in the morning asking him to check on his family. Chris claimed he'd been trying to reach Sherry, but she wasn't answering her phone, and he was worried something was wrong. Chris said he was on his way home from the gym, but was concerned about his wife and children. The neighbor went to the Coleman home, and when no one answered his knocks, he looked through the windows. What he saw was horrifying. Through the window, he could see what appeared to be a body lying on the floor. He immediately called police, who arrived within minutes and forced entry into the house. Inside, police found a scene of unspeakable horror. Sherry Coleman was found dead in the master bedroom, lying on the bed. She had been strangled with a ligature. The 2 boys, Garrett and Gavin, were found dead in their bedrooms, also strangled. All 3 had been killed while they were sleeping or shortly after waking up that morning. Even more disturbing were messages spray-painted on the walls throughout the house. Someone had written threatening messages in red paint, including phrases that suggested the murders were related to Chris Coleman's work with Joyce Meyer. The graffiti appeared to be an attempt to make the murders look like they were committed by someone angry about the ministry. Chris Coleman arrived home shortly after police and appeared distraught at the scene. He told investigators that his family had been receiving threats for weeks, including disturbing emails and letters. He said the threats were related to his work and that someone had been targeting his family because of his association with Joyce Meyer. Investigators immediately began examining the threatening emails and letters Chris had reported. They quickly noticed something suspicious. The emails had been sent from an account that was traced back to Chris Coleman's own computer. The threatening messages had come from inside the house, sent by Chris himself. He had been creating a false trail of evidence to make it appear his family was being targeted by an outside threat. As detectives dug deeper into Chris's life, they discovered he had been having an affair with a woman named Tara Lentz, who worked for Joyce Meyer's ministry in Florida. Chris and Tara had been involved romantically for several months, exchanging thousands of text messages and emails. Chris had told Tara he was planning to leave his wife and marry her. The evidence showed that Chris had been living a double life. While presenting himself as a devoted Christian husband and father, he was secretly carrying on an affair and planning to leave his family. But divorce would have meant losing his job with the ministry, losing his reputation in the religious community, and paying child support. Chris apparently decided that murdering his family was a better solution than facing the consequences of his choices. The investigation revealed that Chris had planned the murders carefully. He had been sending himself the threatening emails for months to establish a narrative that his family was in danger. On the morning of the murders, Chris had strangled Sherry first, then killed both boys while they slept. He then spray-painted the threatening messages on the walls to stage the scene. After that, he went to the gym to establish an alibi and called his neighbor to discover the bodies. Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 2011, and the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of his guilt. They showed the jury the emails traced to his computer, the evidence of his affair with Tara Lentz, and the forensic evidence proving the crime scene had been staged. They presented testimony showing Chris had researched how to commit the perfect murder. The defense tried to argue that someone else could have committed the murders and framed Chris, but the evidence was too strong. The jury heard about Chris's affair, his lies, and his elaborate planning. They saw through his attempts to portray himself as a grieving husband and father. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury found Chris Coleman guilty on all 3 counts of murder. Chris Coleman was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The judge described the murders as especially heinous because Chris had killed his own children while they slept, showing them no mercy. Chris showed no emotion as the sentence was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. Sherry Coleman had been a devoted mother who loved her boys and had dedicated her life to raising them. Garrett and Gavin were young boys who loved sports and were being homeschooled by their mother. They trusted their father completely and never knew he was plotting to kill them, so he could start a new life with his girlfriend. Chris Coleman remains in prison in Illinois, where he will spend the rest of his life. The woman he had the affair with, Tara Lentz, was devastated to learn that Chris had murdered his family. She testified against him at trial and has had to live with the knowledge that she was the reason Chris wanted to eliminate his wife and children. The Coleman family murders shocked the religious community and the town of Columbia, Illinois. It revealed how someone can present a perfect Christian image while harboring evil intentions. Chris Coleman chose to murder his innocent wife and children rather than simply walk away and face the consequences of his infidelity. His actions destroyed multiple families and serve as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind any facade, even one of faith and devotion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15th, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Loof's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by two people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Loof. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her two daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her two young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her third child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All three had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey McDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette McDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey McDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a boarding house that became a death trap, about elderly lodgers who disappeared without trace, and about how one woman exploited the most vulnerable for decades. In the working-class neighborhoods of Reading, England, during the 1890s, a woman named Amelia Satch ran what appeared to be a respectable lying-in house, a facility where unmarried women could give birth discreetly and either keep their babies or arrange for adoption. She worked with an associate named Annie Walters, who claimed to place babies with good families. Together, they offered desperate young women a solution to an impossible social problem in Victorian England, where unmarried motherhood meant complete social ruin. But Amelia Satch and Annie Walters were not finding homes for these babies. They were ending the infants' lives shortly after birth, keeping the fees mothers paid, and disposing of the tiny bodies. Between 1900 and 1902, they operated this deadly scheme, taking advantage of women who were already in desperate circumstances and had no power to follow up on their children's welfare. This is the story of Amelia Satch and Annie Walters, known as the Finchley baby farmers. In 1902, they were arrested after police discovered the body of an infant and traced it back to their operation. Investigation revealed they had been systematically ending the lives of newborns for financial gain. Their trial shocked Victorian England, and they became the last women executed together at Holloway Prison in 1903. Amelia Satch was born in 1873 in England. She came from working-class origins and worked as a nurse before establishing her lying-in house. She was intelligent and recognized a profitable opportunity in the desperate circumstances of unmarried pregnant women. Victorian society was unforgiving toward women who bore children outside marriage, and many would pay substantial sums for discretion and promises that their babies would be cared for. Annie Walters was born in 1856 and was older than Amelia. She presented herself as someone who arranged adoptions, claiming to have connections with families seeking to adopt infants. She would tell mothers that she had found perfect homes for their babies and would take the infants away, supposedly to deliver them to their new families. The two women worked together in a calculated partnership. Amelia would operate the lying-in house where women would come to give birth. She would deliver the babies, provide post-birth care, and convince mothers to allow adoption. Annie would then take the babies, supposedly to place them with families, but instead she would end their lives using various methods and dispose of the bodies. They charged mothers significant fees, claiming the money would cover the baby's care and adoption arrangements. In reality, they were simply keeping the money while eliminating the babies who would have required ongoing care and actual placement with families. The scheme was profitable and seemed safe because the victims were infants whose mothers were desperate to hide their existence. Their operation continued successfully until November 1902, when a police officer became suspicious of Annie Walters. He noticed her carrying packages that seemed to contain something heavy, and her behavior appeared nervous. When questioned, Annie's explanations were unconvincing. Police searched her lodgings and found evidence of an infant who had recently passed away. Investigation led police to Amelia Satch's lying-in house. They found records of multiple babies born at the facility, but no corresponding records of where those babies had gone. Mothers were contacted, and many confirmed they had paid Amelia and Annie to arrange adoptions, but had never received information about where their babies were placed or how to contact them. Authorities discovered that several infant bodies had been found in various locations around London over the previous months, and these could now be connected to the Satch Walters operation. The women had been disposing of bodies in rivers, vacant lots, and other locations where they hoped they would not be discovered or traced back to them. Amelia Satch and Annie Walters were arrested and charged with taking the lives of infants in their care. Their trial began in January 1903 and lasted several days. The prosecution presented evidence of babies born at Amelia's facility who had disappeared, mothers who had paid for adoption arrangements that were never completed, and infant bodies that could be traced to the defendants. The defense argued that some babies might have died for natural causes and that the women had simply failed to properly report these deaths. But the evidence showed a clear pattern of babies being taken from mothers, fees being collected, and infants systematically disappearing without any legitimate adoption records or evidence they had been placed with families. The jury convicted both women of deliberately ending infants' lives for financial gain. On January 23, 1903, they were sentenced to execution by hanging. The sentence was carried out on February 3, 1903, at Holloway Prison in London. Amelia Satch was 49 years old and Annie Walters was 47. They became the last two women to be executed together in England. Their case highlighted the vulnerability of unmarried mothers in Victorian society and the existence of baby farming operations that exploited desperate women. The social stigma of unmarried motherhood created conditions where women felt they had no choice but to surrender their babies to people like Satch and Walters, trusting promises that were complete lies. The case led to reforms in adoption regulations and oversight of facilities caring for infants. It sparked public discussion about the need for better support systems for unmarried mothers and stricter monitoring of adoption arrangements. These changes came too late for the victims of Satch and Walters, but helped protect future children. The mothers who had given their babies to Amelia and Annie lived with devastating knowledge that they had unknowingly paid for their own children's deaths. Many had been young women facing impossible choices in a society that offered them no support or compassion. They had believed their babies would have better lives with adoptive families, never suspecting the truth. Amelia Satch and Annie Walters represent a dark chapter in Victorian England's history, when vulnerable infants became commodities and desperate mothers became victims of predators who exploited their circumstances for profit. Their execution marked the end of their particular operation, but baby farming continued in various forms until stricter regulations finally made such crimes more difficult to commit and conceal. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence, but he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car in a John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25, 1994, Susan strapped her 2 sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed raw. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet town in Colorado, a man who owned a small airplane, who attended church, who smiled easily and spoke calmly to neighbors who believed they knew him. His name was Robert Feldman, and for years he built a life that appeared stable and respectable. He worked as a mechanic, ran his own small business, and lived in a modest home in the town of Grand Junction. He was not someone who attracted attention. He blended into the routines of everyday life, the kind of person people greeted politely but never thought about twice. But behind that ordinary exterior was a hidden crime that would remain undiscovered for years, buried beneath layers of silence, distance, and time. In 1996, Robert Feldman's wife, Pamela Feldman, disappeared. Pamela was a mother, a woman with her own routines, friendships, and responsibilities. When she vanished, Robert told people she had left voluntarily. He claimed their marriage had been struggling and that she had chosen to walk away. At first, his explanations seemed plausible. Adults sometimes leave relationships. They relocate. They begin new lives elsewhere. Without clear evidence of violence, investigators could not immediately prove otherwise. Months passed, then years. Pamela never contacted her family again. She never accessed bank accounts. She never renewed identification. She never appeared in official records. Her absence became permanent, but without a body or physical evidence, the case remained unresolved. Robert Feldman continued living his life. He maintained his business. He interacted with neighbors. He attended church. He flew his private airplane. Time passed, and suspicion faded into the background. Missing persons cases, when lacking evidence, often remain open but inactive, waiting for new information that may never come. Nearly 9 years later, in 2005, new attention returned to Pamela's disappearance. Investigators reopened the case and began reviewing old evidence using modern forensic techniques. They re-examined Robert Feldman's statements. They re-examined his timeline. They noticed inconsistencies that had not been fully explored before. They learned that shortly after Pamela's disappearance, Robert had taken an unusual flight in his private plane. He had flown alone to a remote desert area in Utah. This detail raised questions. Investigators obtained search warrants and began examining areas connected to his flight path. They analyzed soil samples, flight logs, and geographic locations. In a remote desert region, search teams eventually discovered human remains buried in an isolated location. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to Pamela Feldman. The discovery transformed the case entirely. What had once been a missing persons case became a confirmed homicide investigation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined how Robert had access to transportation capable of reaching remote areas undetected. They examined how isolation and distance had concealed evidence for nearly a decade. Robert Feldman was arrested and charged with murder. During trial, prosecutors presented forensic evidence linking him to the burial site. They presented flight records showing his travel to the remote location shortly after Pamela's disappearance. They presented evidence demonstrating that Pamela had not voluntarily abandoned her life, but had instead been killed and buried in a place chosen specifically to prevent discovery. The defense attempted to challenge the interpretation of evidence, but the physical findings, flight records, and timeline established a clear sequence of events. Robert Feldman was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case demonstrated how time does not erase evidence completely. Even in remote desert environments, forensic science can recover truth. It demonstrated how transportation, isolation, and planning can delay discovery, but not always prevent it. It also showed how investigators, returning to old cases with new tools and renewed attention, can uncover answers long after crimes occur. For years, Robert Feldman lived openly, confident that distance and time had protected him. He worked, spoke with neighbors, and carried on with ordinary routines. But buried beneath desert soil was physical evidence that remained silent until investigators found it, examined it, and reconstructed the truth piece by piece, restoring the identity of a victim who had been hidden from the world but never truly erased. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who insisted his wife had fallen down the stairs during a late-night accident. A tragic explanation offered calmly to emergency responders, an explanation that seemed plausible at first glance, until tiny drops of blood, microscopic patterns on walls, and years of forensic debate turned a quiet Durham, North Carolina home into the center of one of the most controversial and closely analyzed murder cases in modern history. On December 9, 2001, shortly after 2:30 in the morning, novelist Michael Peterson called 911 from his mansion in Durham. His voice sounded frantic but controlled. He told the dispatcher that his wife, 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson, was at the bottom of the staircase, unconscious and bleeding. He repeated that she had fallen. He said she was still breathing. When paramedics arrived, Kathleen was dead. The scene was disturbing. Blood covered the walls along the stairwell. There were smears and cast-off patterns extending several feet high. Kathleen lay at the base of the narrow staircase, surrounded by blood that had partially dried. The amount of blood appeared excessive for a simple fall. Michael Peterson maintained that they had been sitting outside by the pool earlier that night. He said Kathleen went inside ahead of him while he remained outdoors. He claimed he later found her at the bottom of the stairs after she had fallen while possibly intoxicated. But investigators quickly began documenting inconsistencies. The blood spatter patterns suggested repeated impacts rather than a single fall. There were small droplets higher on the walls, consistent with forceful motion. Kathleen's scalp showed multiple lacerations. However, there were no skull fractures. That detail puzzled medical examiners. An autopsy concluded that Kathleen died from blunt force trauma to the head combined with blood loss. The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide. As detectives examined Michael's background, they uncovered additional troubling information. Years earlier, a family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had died at the bottom of a staircase in Germany while Michael and his family were living there. Her death had been ruled natural at the time due to a brain hemorrhage, but the similarity in location raised immediate suspicion. Investigators exhumed Ratliff's body. A second autopsy concluded she too had died from blunt force trauma. Prosecutors argued that Michael Peterson had staged two separate staircase deaths years apart. Financial records added another layer. Kathleen was a successful business executive who carried substantial life insurance policies. Evidence showed the couple had significant financial strain despite outward appearances of wealth. The trial began in 2003 and became a media sensation. Prosecutors presented bloodstain pattern analysts who testified that the distribution of blood proved Kathleen had been beaten with a blunt instrument. They suggested a fireplace blowpoke found in the home could have been used. The defense countered aggressively. They argued that the blood patterns were consistent with a fall combined with attempts by Michael to assist his wife. They criticized forensic interpretation and pointed to the absence of skull fractures as inconsistent with repeated blows from a weapon. No murder weapon was ever definitively identified. The prosecution also introduced evidence regarding Michael's bisexual relationships and secret online communications, arguing that Kathleen had recently discovered aspects of his private life, creating potential motive. The defense objected to the character implications, but the information was allowed in court. In October 2003, Michael Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, controversy surrounding the case intensified when it was revealed that a key prosecution blood spatter analyst had given misleading testimony in other trials. In 2011, Peterson was granted a new trial due to concerns about expert credibility. Rather than face another full trial, Peterson entered an Alford plea in 2017 to voluntary manslaughter. Under this plea, he maintained his innocence, but acknowledged that prosecutors possessed enough evidence to likely secure a conviction again. He was sentenced to time already served and released from prison. To this day, debate continues about what truly happened in that staircase. Some forensic experts believe the blood patterns indicate assault. Others argue that the injuries could have resulted from repeated attempts to stand after a fall. An unusual third theory proposed that an owl attack outside the home may have caused scalp injuries prior to the fall, though this theory was never presented as a primary defense during the original trial. What remains certain is that Kathleen Peterson died at the bottom of her staircase in a scene that defied simple explanation. The legal system ultimately concluded the death was not a mere accident. Yet the case continues to provoke discussion among legal scholars and forensic professionals. The Durham house still stands. The staircase remains narrow and steep. Visitors often remark on how ordinary it appears, how small the space seems compared to the massive legal battle it produced. Michael Peterson's 911 call began with a claim of a tragic accident. It ended with years of incarceration, appeals, and one of the most dissected courtroom battles over blood evidence in recent memory. And at the center of it all lies a single question that continues to echo long after the trial concluded. Did a fall cause the blood that covered those walls, or did something far more deliberate happen in the quiet hours of that December night? Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that at first looked like a simple missing person case in a quiet American town, but slowly revealed a carefully planned murder hidden behind deception, manipulation, and months of quiet preparation. In the autumn of 2003, the town of Greeley, Colorado, lived at the slow and predictable rhythm common to many mid-sized communities in the American West. Neighborhoods were quiet after sunset. Most people knew their neighbors, and violent crime was rare enough that when something unusual happened, it quickly became the center of conversation across the entire town. That sense of calm was shattered on the evening of September 17th when 32-year-old real estate assistant Megan Doyle failed to return home after work. Megan lived in a small townhouse complex only 10 minutes from the real estate office where she worked. Friends describe her as organized and careful, someone who liked routines and rarely made sudden changes to her schedule. That afternoon, she had left the office around 5:30, telling coworkers she planned to stop by the grocery store before heading home. Security cameras later confirmed she had indeed visited the store. She purchased a few everyday items, paid at the register, and left carrying 2 small bags. Nothing in her behavior suggested anything unusual. When Megan did not answer calls later, that evening her sister became concerned. Megan usually spoke with her almost every night. By the following morning, when she also failed to show up for work, the concern had grown serious enough that her family contacted local police. Officers arrived at Megan's townhouse shortly before noon. Her car sat in the driveway, and the front door was closed but unlocked. Inside the house, investigators noticed something strange almost immediately. The grocery bag sat on the kitchen counter with several items still inside them, as if Megan had only begun unpacking before being interrupted. Her purse and keys rested beside the bags, but her phone was missing. At first, there were no obvious signs of violence. Furniture looked undisturbed and nothing appeared stolen. Yet something about the silence of the house suggested that Megan had not simply stepped out voluntarily. Detectives began a full missing person investigation. Neighbors were interviewed throughout the afternoon. One neighbor recalled hearing what sounded like raised voices the night before around 6 o'clock, but had assumed it was a television or someone arguing on the phone. Another neighbor remembered seeing a dark sedan parked outside Megan's unit around the same time, though they could not identify who owned it. Police began reviewing Megan's personal life. She had no known enemies and no recent conflicts with co-workers or family members. Her financial records showed nothing unusual. The only recent change in her life had been a new acquaintance she had met through a local community event a few weeks earlier. His name was Daniel Harper. Harper was 38 years old and worked as a freelance contractor doing renovation work in the area. According to several friends, Megan had mentioned meeting him at a charity fundraiser and had spoken with him several times afterward. She described him as polite and helpful, someone who had offered advice about small repairs around her townhouse. Detectives contacted Harper and asked him to come in for a conversation. During the interview, he explained that he had indeed met Megan, but insisted their interactions had been casual. He claimed he had not seen her in several days and knew nothing about her disappearance. At first, his explanation seemed plausible, but investigators soon discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Cell phone records showed that Harper had called Megan on the afternoon she disappeared, only about 30 minutes before she left work. When confronted with that information, Harper admitted he had spoken with her, but said the conversation had only been about helping her repair a leaking faucet. He claimed Megan asked if he could stop by later in the week. Detectives continued examining evidence from Megan's home. Forensic technicians used specialized lighting to scan the floors and walls for biological traces. Near the kitchen doorway, they discovered a faint smear of blood that had been partially wiped away. The amount was small, but enough to send for testing. The blood was confirmed to belong to Megan. Investigators returned to Harper for another interview. This time, the tone of the questioning was more direct. They asked whether he had visited Megan's house that evening. Harper initially repeated his earlier statement that he had not, but detectives had already obtained surveillance footage from a traffic camera less than a mile from Megan's home. The footage showed a vehicle matching Harper's sedan driving toward her neighborhood shortly after 6 in the evening. When confronted with the footage, his story began to change. Harper admitted he had visited Megan briefly that evening, but claimed the visit had been friendly. According to his new account, he stopped by to discuss repair work and left after only a few minutes. Investigators knew the timeline did not match the physical evidence in the house. The blood trace suggested a violent struggle had occurred inside the kitchen area. They also discovered fibers on the kitchen floor that matched upholstery from Harper's car. A search warrant was issued for the vehicle. Inside the trunk, detectives discovered additional traces of blood along with cleaning supplies that appeared recently used. Laboratory analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Megan. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide. During a third interrogation, Harper's explanations began to collapse under the weight of the evidence. Detectives methodically presented each piece of forensic data, from the blood in the kitchen to the fibers connecting his car to the scene. After hours of questioning, Harper finally admitted that he had gone to Megan's house that evening. What began as a conversation about repair work quickly turned into an argument. Investigators believe Harper had developed an unhealthy fixation on Megan and had misinterpreted her friendliness as romantic interest. When Megan rejected his advances, the confrontation escalated. According to Harper's confession, he attacked her during the argument. Realizing the severity of what he had done, he panicked and attempted to cover up the crime by removing her body from the house. He eventually led investigators to a remote field nearly 40 miles outside Greeley, where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed the details of his confession and allowed prosecutors to build a complete case. During the trial, the prosecution reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. They showed how Harper had used his acquaintance with Megan to gain access to her home, and how the violent encounter inside the kitchen ended her life. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence, the fibers linking the car to the scene, and the cleaning materials found in the trunk. The defense attempted to argue that the attack had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the steps Harper took afterward to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Daniel Harper was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him, and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18, 1986, during a snowstorm, Hella disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Hella explaining her absence. But Hella's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Hella would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Hella's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Hella's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Hella. They found a tooth cap that Hella's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Hella used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Hella's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Hella's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Hella's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Hella's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Hella had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Hella's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Hella Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it. knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Hella's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Hella would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luft's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luft's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by 2 people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Luft. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his wife dead after what appeared to be a burglary, and about how a small-town case became a national obsession when investigators discovered that the grieving widower was actually a cold-blooded killer who had staged an elaborate crime scene. In November 2019, Kelsey Barrett was a 29-year-old flight instructor and mother living in Woodland Park, Colorado. She shared custody of her 1-year-old daughter with her fiancé, Patrick Frazee, who lived on a ranch nearby. On Thanksgiving Day, 2019, Kelsey was last seen on surveillance footage at a grocery store with her daughter. After that day, she vanished without a trace. Kelsey's family reported her missing when they couldn't reach her, and she failed to show up for work. Patrick Frazee told investigators that Kelsey had dropped off their daughter at his ranch on Thanksgiving and that he hadn't seen her since. He claimed Kelsey had sent him text messages days later, saying she wouldn't be coming back and that she needed space. But Kelsey's family didn't believe she would abandon her daughter or her job without explanation. Police began investigating and made a disturbing discovery. Kelsey's cell phone had pinged off towers in Idaho, hundreds of miles from her home, in the days after she disappeared. But no one had actually seen Kelsey. Meanwhile, Patrick Frazee seemed unusually calm about his fiancée's disappearance and wasn't actively searching for her or pleading for her return. As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered a key witness, Crystal Lee, a woman from Idaho who had been having an affair with Patrick Frazee. Crystal came forward with shocking information. She told police that Patrick had asked her multiple times to take Kelsey's life, offering different plans and methods. She claimed she had refused each time, but Patrick had eventually carried out the plan himself. According to Crystal's testimony, Patrick had called her on Thanksgiving Day, 2019, and told her he had taken Kelsey's life at Kelsey's townhouse. He asked Crystal to drive from Idaho to Colorado to help him clean up the crime scene. Crystal admitted she had done so, spending hours helping Patrick clean the townhouse to eliminate evidence. She also admitted taking Kelsey's phone to Idaho and sending text messages from it to make it appear Kelsey was still alive. Patrick Frazee was arrested in December 2019 and charged with first-degree ending of Kelsey Barrett's life. Prosecutors believe Patrick had attacked and beaten Kelsey to death with a baseball bat in her townhouse while their daughter was in another room. He then enlisted Crystal's help to cover up the crime, dispose of Kelsey's body, and create the false narrative that Kelsey had run away. The prosecution's case relied heavily on Crystal Lee's testimony, which made some people skeptical since she had participated in the cover-up. However, forensic evidence supported her account. Investigators found traces of Kelsey's blood in her townhouse despite Patrick's extensive cleaning efforts. They also found evidence that Patrick had burned something on his property shortly after Kelsey disappeared, and testing revealed human remains in the burn pile. Patrick's trial began in November 2019. The prosecution painted a picture of a man who wanted to be free of his relationship with Kelsey and the responsibilities of co-parenting. They argued that Patrick saw Kelsey as an obstacle and decided to eliminate her rather than go through a custody battle. They presented Crystal's testimony along with the forensic evidence and phone records showing Patrick's movements on the day Kelsey disappeared. Crystal Lee testified in detail about Patrick's request for her to harm Kelsey and about what happened after he killed Kelsey himself. She described going to Kelsey's townhouse and finding evidence of violence everywhere. She admitted helping clean blood from the walls and floor and taking garbage bags full of evidence. She said Patrick had told her he planned to burn Kelsey's body. The defense tried to discredit Crystal's testimony, arguing that she was actually the one who had killed Kelsey and was blaming Patrick to avoid responsibility. They portrayed Crystal as jealous and obsessed with Patrick, suggesting she had eliminated her romantic rival. However, the physical evidence and Patrick's own suspicious behavior undermined this theory. Prosecutors presented testimony about Patrick's controlling and abusive behavior toward Kelsey. Friends testified that Kelsey had been planning to end the relationship and was concerned about Patrick's temper. Text messages showed tension between the couple over custody arrangements and Patrick's resistance to Kelsey's involvement in decisions about their daughter. The most damning evidence was the forensic analysis of Kelsey's townhouse. Despite the extensive cleaning, luminol testing revealed massive amounts of blood throughout the bathroom. The blood spatter patterns indicated a violent beating had occurred. DNA testing confirmed it was Kelsey's blood. The amount of blood found made it clear that whoever had been injured in that bathroom could not have survived. In November 2019, after just a few hours of deliberation, the jury found Patrick Frazee guilty of first-degree ending of Kelsey Barrett's life. They also convicted him on additional charges, including tampering with a deceased body and solicitation to commit murder for his attempts to get Crystal to kill Kelsey. Patrick was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional years for the other charges. Kelsey Barrett's body was never fully recovered. The remains found in the burn pile on Patrick's property were too damaged to make a complete identification. Though DNA testing confirmed they were human remains consistent with Kelsey. Patrick has never revealed where he disposed of Kelsey's body, leaving her family without the closure of being able to properly lay her to rest. Crystal Lee pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence for her role in cleaning up the crime scene and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Many people felt her sentence was too lenient given her extensive involvement in covering up the crime, but prosecutors needed her testimony to convict Patrick, and the plea deal was part of securing her cooperation. Kelsey's family was awarded custody of her daughter, who was just a toddler when her mother was taken from her. They have worked to preserve Kelsey's memory for the little girl and to ensure she knows how much her mother loved her. Kelsey was a skilled pilot who loved flying and had worked hard to build her career. She was a devoted mother who put her daughter first in everything she did. Patrick Frazee showed no remorse during his trial or sentencing. He maintains his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence against him. He will spend the rest of his life in prison for taking the life of the mother of his child, destroying his daughter's chance to grow up with her mother, and devastating two families with his selfish and violent actions. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned grief into greed, about insurance policies that became deadly investments, and about how one person discovered that being a widow could be very profitable. In the coal mining regions of Alabama during the early 1900s, Nanny Doss seemed like an unlucky woman plagued by tragedy. Her husbands kept passing away under mysterious circumstances, one after another across several decades. Her children experienced sudden illnesses. Her mother and sister also met untimely ends while in Nanny's care. The woman moved through life, leaving a trail of deceased family members behind her, always collecting insurance money, always moving on to new relationships. She presented herself as a cheerful woman who had endured terrible losses, her smile never fading despite the misfortunes that seemed to follow her everywhere. This is the story of Nanny Doss, known as the Giggling Granny. Between 1927 and 1954, she ended the lives of 11 people, including 4 husbands, 2 children, her mother, her sister, a grandson, and a nephew. She used rat poison containing arsenic, administering it in food and drinks over time to make the poisonings appear as natural illnesses. Her crimes went undetected for nearly 3 decades until a suspicious doctor finally ordered an examination that revealed the truth. Her arrest exposed one of the longest undetected serial cases in American history. Nancy Hazel was born on November 4th, 1905, in Blue Mountain, Alabama. Her childhood was marked by poverty and control. Her father was a domineering farmer who forced his children to work long hours and forbade them from attending social activities or having friends. Nancy, called Nanny by family, grew up isolated and resentful, dreaming of romance and escape from her oppressive home life. As a teenager, Nanny became obsessed with romance magazines and lonely hearts columns in newspapers. She fantasized about finding a romantic partner who would sweep her away from her difficult life. At 16, she married Charlie Braggs, seeing marriage as her escape route. But the marriage quickly became disappointing. Charlie was unfaithful and spent time away from home, and Nanny found herself trapped in another unsatisfying situation, this time with children to care for. In 1927, 2 of Nanny's 4 children passed away suddenly under mysterious circumstances. At the time, the deaths were attributed to food poisoning or illness. But these were likely Nanny's first victims, eliminated because they were burdens she did not want. Charlie, sensing something was wrong, or perhaps just fleeing an unhappy marriage, left Nanny in 1928, taking their eldest daughter with him. Nanny was left with one surviving child. Nanny began searching for a new husband through Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She married Frank Harrelson in 1929, but this marriage was also disappointing. Frank was reportedly an alcoholic who mistreated Nanny. In 1945, Frank passed away after experiencing severe digestive problems. Nanny collected his insurance money and immediately began looking for husband number 3. She married Arlie Lanning in 1947. Arlie was a womanizer who disappointed Nanny's romantic expectations. In 1950, Arlie passed away after a sudden illness. Shortly after, Nanny's house burned down under mysterious circumstances, allowing her to collect fire insurance. That same year, her son passed away from what appeared to be food poisoning. Nanny married Richard Morton in 1952. Richard also failed to meet her romantic ideals. He passed away in 1953 after just months of marriage. Nanny collected his insurance and moved on again. In 1953, Nanny married Samuel Doss after corresponding through a Lonely Hearts column. Samuel was a religious man who forbade drinking, smoking, and romance novels in his home. This was intolerable to Nanny, who loved her romance magazines and wanted excitement. In October 1954, Samuel became violently ill with severe stomach pains and was hospitalized. He seemed to recover briefly and returned home. But Samuel's symptoms returned, and he passed away on October 5th, 1954. His doctor had been puzzled by the sudden relapse and the severity of symptoms. Rather than signing a routine death certificate, the physician ordered an examination. The results revealed massive amounts of arsenic in Samuel's body. Police began investigating and quickly discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and family members in Nanny's past. They exhumed bodies of previous husbands and found arsenic in multiple cases. The evidence was overwhelming and spanned decades. When confronted by police, Nanny confessed with disturbing cheerfulness. She giggled and smiled as she described her crimes, showing no remorse or understanding of the severity of what she had done. She explained that her husbands had disappointed her romantic expectations, that they were not the partners she had dreamed about in her romance magazines. She had eliminated them and moved on a search for the perfect mate. She also admitted to ending the lives of her mother, her sister, her grandson, and others, though her explanations were vague. In some cases, it appeared she killed for insurance money. In others, she seemed motivated by convenience or simple annoyance at having to care for them. Nanny Doss was tried in Oklahoma for the passing of Samuel Doss. She pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. She was not tried for her other crimes, as one life sentence was considered sufficient. Throughout her trial and imprisonment, Nanny maintained her cheerful demeanor, smiling and giggling when discussing her crimes. She seemed to view her actions as reasonable solutions to disappointing circumstances. Nanny spent the rest of her life in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. She gave occasional interviews where she continued to show no genuine remorse, explaining matter-of-factly that her husbands had not been romantic enough or had disappointed her expectations. She passed away in prison on June 2nd, 1965, from leukemia. She was 59 years old. The Nanny Doss case revealed how someone could commit crimes over decades without detection when victims were spread across different states and deaths appeared to be from natural causes. Arsenic poisoning produces symptoms similar to many common illnesses, and in an era before routine toxicology testing, poisoners could operate with relative impunity. Her case also demonstrated the dangers of someone who values fantasy over reality. Nanny was so consumed by romantic ideals from magazines that she could not accept normal human relationships with their flaws and complications. When reality disappointed her, she simply eliminated the disappointing person and searched for someone new, treating human lives as disposable obstacles to her fantasy of perfect romance. The 11 people who lost their lives to Nanny Doss were guilty only of being related to her or married to her and failing to live up to impossible romantic standards created by fiction magazines. They trusted her to prepare their food and care for them, never suspecting that the smiling woman was slowly poisoning them while planning her next relationship and collecting insurance money to fund her search for storybook romance that existed only in her imagination. Next story. The first clue was recorded before anyone realized it was a clue at all. A short voicemail left on a work phone late in the evening, time-stamped, archived, and ignored for weeks because it sounded routine. A man confirming that he would arrive early the next morning, his tone calm, unhurried, nothing to suggest urgency or distress. And yet when investigators eventually returned to it, they noticed something that hadn't stood out before. The background sound did not match where he was supposed to be. The message had been left by 41-year-old Michael Turner, a warehouse supervisor in a distribution facility outside Denver, who was reported missing 2 days after that call when he failed to show up for work and stopped responding to messages, something his co-workers described as completely out of character. Michael followed a consistent routine, rarely deviating from his schedule, and his last confirmed sighting placed him leaving the warehouse at approximately 7:18 p.m., heading toward the parking lot where his vehicle was later found still parked, locked, with no signs of disturbance. His phone, however, was not inside, and the voicemail he left later that evening suggested he had been somewhere else after leaving work, a detail that conflicted with the assumption that he had simply gone home and disappeared. The investigation initially focused on retracing his movements, checking nearby businesses and traffic cameras, but no clear path emerged. no footage capturing him beyond the edge of the warehouse property, as if he had stepped out of visibility almost immediately. The voicemail became the only confirmed activity after that point, and when it was analyzed more closely, the background noise revealed a low, repetitive metallic sound, faint but consistent, not loud enough to dominate the message, but distinct enough to be identified. And when audio specialists isolated it, they determined it matched the rhythmic impact of a loose chain striking against a metal surface, something commonly heard in loading bays or industrial transport areas. This suggested that Michael had been in or near a similar environment when he made the call, but not necessarily the warehouse he had just left, because the facility where he worked used enclosed systems that did not produce that kind of sound. This inconsistency shifted the investigation outward toward nearby industrial sites with open loading areas, and within a 3-mile radius, there were several such locations, each with varying levels of activity and oversight. Investigators began canvassing these sites, looking for any indication that Michael had been present, but initial efforts produced little. No one recalled seeing him, and no cameras captured his arrival. The search might have stalled there if not for a secondary detail uncovered during the review of his phone records. A brief outgoing call made just minutes before the voicemail, lasting less than 10 seconds, to a number that had no prior connection to Michael and was not saved in his contacts. Tracing that number led to a prepaid phone registered under false information, but location data placed it consistently in one specific area, a privately owned freight yard that operated with minimal staffing during evening hours, relying more on scheduled access than active supervision. When investigators visited the site, they found it quiet, with rows of parked trailers and open space that allowed for movement without much visibility. And while there was no immediate sign of Michael, the environment matched the audio profile from the voicemail, including the distinctive chain noise identified by analysts. The owner of the yard confirmed that a small number of individuals had access to the property, including contracted drivers and maintenance personnel, and among them was a man named Jason Cole, who had been working irregular shifts and had access during the time window in question. Jason initially stated that he had not been at the yard that evening, but access logs contradicted this, showing that his entry code had been used shortly after Michael left his workplace, placing him at the location during the same period the voicemail was recorded. As investigators examined Jason's background, they discovered a prior connection between him and Michael, not through direct employment, but through a previous dispute involving a shipment that had gone missing months earlier, a situation that had resulted in financial consequences for Jason and had been handled internally without escalating to legal action. While not definitive, this connection provided a possible motive, linking the two men in a way that had not been initially apparent. A search of the freight yard uncovered a section of ground near one of the loading zones that appeared recently disturbed, not in a way that would attract immediate attention, but enough to suggest that something had been moved or concealed. And when the area was excavated, investigators found evidence confirming their suspicions, biological material consistent with Michael's DNA, along with personal items that had not been accounted for, indicating that he had been at that location and that a violent event had occurred there. The timeline began to align. Michael leaves work, receives, or makes a brief call, travels to the freight yard, and at some point during that interaction, the situation escalates, resulting in his death, after which the body is removed or concealed elsewhere, leaving behind only partial traces that were not immediately visible. The voicemail, once considered routine, now represented the last recorded moment of his presence, capturing not just his voice, but the environment in which he stood, an unintended record of where he had been. When confronted with the evidence, Jason's account began to shift, moving from denial to partial acknowledgement, admitting that he had met Michael that evening, but attempting to frame the encounter as non-confrontational, a version of events that became increasingly difficult to maintain as forensic findings contradicted his statements. The pattern of inconsistencies, combined with the physical evidence, built a narrative that pointed toward a controlled interaction that had turned fatal, followed by an attempt to erase or obscure what had happened. In the end, the case hinged not on a dramatic discovery, but on a detail embedded in something ordinary, a voicemail that had been left without intention of significance, carrying within it a fragment of sound that did not belong to the story as it was initially understood, and it was that fragment, repeated and analyzed, that redirected the investigation, transforming a missing person case into a reconstructed sequence of events that revealed where the truth had been all along, hidden in plain. Hearing, waiting for someone to listen closely enough to recognize that something didn't fit.